Pasadena Area Community College District. Today is Tuesday, November 10th, 2020, and this is our regular business meeting number 11. And we will start off with a roll call, and that'll be conducted by Mr. Bucklehide.
Trustee Lau.
Here.
Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Brown.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Waugh.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee Fellow.
Here.
Trustee.
Oh, David. Where's David?
Oh, gosh, is it possible that he's just going to join us for the open session?
Probably.
Yeah, we'll assume that.
So yeah,
Okay.
7-0 with no student trustee. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bucklehide. Before we recess to our closed session meeting, is there any public comment on closed session agenda items, Mr. Bucklehide or Trustee Waugh?
I have no such comment.
Okay, hearing none, then we will recess to the closed session portion of this meeting. We will reconvene our regular open session meeting as usual at 7 p.m. So with that, we'll recess here and go to the closed session Zoom meeting. Thank you, everybody.
my count, we are missing 2 trustees and the student trustee.
We are missing Linda Waugh
Sandra Chinlau.
and Sandra, yeah. And David.
Correct. Mackenzie Rivera, I see you're on the call. Do you happen to know if we should expect David tonight? He's usually on by this point.
Yes, he'll be on any moment. I was just speaking with him.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Erica and Alex, if you know who our classified Senate and management representative is going to be today?
I will forward you that information.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are going to wait for Trustee Waugh and Trustee Rivera, and we'll get started. Oh, I see Ernesto. Oh, okay. There's David, welcome. And are we still waiting for Linda? We are.
Oh, you know what? I know what happened.
Alex, could I trouble you to send Trustee Waugh a text message and just see what her situation is?
I'll be happy to.
Great, thank you.
Linda says she's having a hard time getting in. Could you send her the link again?
I sure will.
Thanks, Alex.
I can't. Everybody, we're going to start momentarily as soon as Trustee Wah joins us, and she's having some technical difficulties, and when she's on board, we'll get started, hopefully in the next 1 to 2 minutes.
So Trustee Wass says she can hear Jim, but it doesn't look like she's in. So,
We do not see her.
right.
Linda, I'm glad you can hear me, but we don't see your Brady Bunch square, your Hollywood square up here.
I'm going to try to get on the phone.
Yeah, she could try dialing in, and if we can't.
There she is.
Technology issues affect everyone.
There she is. Okay, we are ready. We've got all hands on deck and we are ready to get underway. We are going to reconvene the regular meeting of the Pasadena Area Community College District Board. And today is Tuesday, November 10th, 2020, and this is our regular business meeting number 11. And we will start with the report of action in closed session. There was no action taken by the board in the closed session. Next, we will go to roll call, and that'll be conducted by Mr. Bucklehide. And Alex, at the same time, do you have a meeting notification about how we're going to take votes, et cetera?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Just check the waiting room really quickly. Great. Prior to beginning roll call, I'd like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes of the meeting, that this Board of Trustees meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, as amended by Governor Gavin Newsom in Executive Order N25, dated March 12, 2020, in that all trustees are at their residences and all are participating by remote video or teleconference. I would now like to request that each trustee in turn respond to the following questions. I will start with Student Trustee Ramirez. Student Trustee Ramirez, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Chen Lao respond to the same questions. Trustee Chen Lao, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Osterling respond to the same questions.
I do have one. Oops, I'm sorry. I do have one thing. I'm not at my residence. I'm in a hotel, so I don't know if that changes things.
It doesn't, but thank you for the note. We'll make sure that.
Thank you.
The district.
Thank you. Trustee Osterling, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes,
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
Great. Next, I'd like to request that Trustee Brown respond to the same questions. Trustee Brown, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I would like to request that Trustee Silver respond to the same questions. Trustee Silver, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I would like to ask that Trustee Wah respond to the same questions. Trustee Wah, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I would like to request that Trustee Martin respond to the same questions. Trustee Martin, can you hear me well? Trustee
You're
Martin.
on mute, trustee. Martin.
There. I clicked it 6 times and I couldn't get it to unmute,
There we go.
but I can hear you really well.
That's great. Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Next, I would like to request that Trustee Fellow respond to the same questions. Trustee Fellow, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings up until now?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Great. I would now like to ask that any member of the Board of Trustees speak up at this time if they have not been able to clearly hear any trustee. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that all trustees present have indicated that they were able to hear all other trustees clearly. I would next request that any trustee speak up at this time if such trustee has any reason to believe, based on voice recognition or otherwise, that any person representing themselves to be a certain trustee is not truly so. Hearing no comment, the record should reflect that no trustee has expressed doubt that any trustees are the parties participating in the teleconference. I would now like to advise the trustees and the public that any votes taken during the remote conference portion of this meeting must be taken by roll call. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bucklehide. And next we have the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm looking out to our large audience today, and I see Crystal Colross. And in all these years attending all these meetings, I don't think I've ever had her do the honors. Crystal, can you lead us in the pledge today?
Good thing I came back. Yes, thank you, Trustee Osterling. Please place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To
the flag
of
the United
States
States of America and to the republic
for
which
which it
it
stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you for doing that slowly so we could all stay together. We are on to agenda item C4, and this is the approval and reordering of agenda items. Are there any requests to reorder the agenda items for today's meeting?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, hearing none, we will continue on. Next is item C5, introductions and recognitions. Do we have any?
Jim,
Yes.
you need a motion to approve for.
I'm so
Right.
sorry. Do
I'll
I,
make that motion.
thank you, Tony. Do I hear a motion to take the agenda as written for today?
So moved.
And a
I
sec-
second.
Okay, and then a roll call vote, please, Mr. Bucklehide. Thank you again, Tony.
Student Trustee Ramirez? Aye. Trustee Chin Lau?
Aye.
Trustee Osterling?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Aye.
Trustee Wah?
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
7-0, a student trustee voting aye.
Okay, now we'll move on to item C5, introductions and recognitions. Do we have any tonight? Dr. Androgenis.
Yes, I'm going to start with, I'd like to welcome all of Dr. Cynthia Olivo's higher education administration students from USC. They are here today. Cynthia, would you like to say a word about your students?
Yes, they're all amazing doctoral candidates in their second year. And I just wanted to say thank you for tuning in to our board meeting tonight.
Awesome.
Yeah,
And then
thank you and welcome.
And then the next recognition, I'm going to go to our to our associated students, and I believe they're going to introduce everybody who's on the leadership team. David, do you want to say a word and start that off?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to introduce our new AS board. This past couple months have been pretty arduous in trying to complete clear our board, given that everything's virtual. So we consider a great accomplishment that we're finally on, a full board now. So we could just go around and introducing ourselves, starting off with Christopher Tang.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christopher Tang. I am the Executive Vice President here of Associate Students of Pasadena City College. My responsibilities are virtually to be in charge of ICC and the Interclub Council here. I am a fifth-year student currently doing the Design Media Arts program here at PCC.
Luis.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me all well. I'm Louise Peneligan. I am the Vice President of Student Services, and I am a fourth year here at PCC, and I major in Business Administration or Computer Information Systems.
Christina, if you're here as well.
Hi everyone, my name is Christina Zhang, and I am a current business major at PCC, and I'm serving as the current Vice President of Academic Affairs, where I'm responsible for being the liaison between our board, instructional deans, and the Academic Senate. But yeah, excited to be here.
I don't see Michael, but Alex?
Here we go.
Hello. 1 second. There, maybe. There we go. Hello, my name is Alex Quintanar. I am a third year at PCC studying cognitive science, and I am the Associate Students Vice President of Campus Activities this year. So virtual activities for the most part, but yeah, that's me.
Jasmine?
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here with you all today. My name is Jasmine Lopez. My pronouns are she, her, ella, and I currently serve as the Vice President of Student Equity. My job duties are to acknowledge and close the equity gaps found on campus that may be a barrier for students' success. And I also work very closely with the student organization on campus that honors social justice. Thank you.
And I think the only other person here is Kyle.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kyle Schmidt. I am the current Chief Justice of the Associated Students. I make sure that our own internal governing documents stay in line with what we want to do and make sure any discrepancies are fixed with that. I'm a second-year student here at PCC. I'm studying economics and political science, and it's nice to meet everybody here virtually. Thank you.
And also Emmanuel, sorry.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Gomez, and I'm the Vice President of Sustainability. I am a third-year Lancer. I'm a course scholar with the history major. Thank you for inviting us.
Great.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here. We'll be participating in the discussion later on in the agenda under, I think, item J3. So yeah, we'll stick around.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Alex Bucklehide for our other recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Andrew Jonas, and thanks to the board and everyone attending today. I have a few things to talk about. First is a note from the Veterans Resource Center that I'll read. It reads, "Dear PCC community and family, as we get ready to celebrate Veterans Day, please take a moment to enjoy this video from the Veterans Resource Center. It is with immense pride that we serve our students who volunteered and pledged their lives in defense of our great nation. We would like to share with you some of the reasons that our veteran students, staff, and faculty have served. When celebrating this Veterans Day, please remember those that have served alongside the service members, the families and friends that love their veterans. To all of our veterans, we are honored to continue serving you. Thank you for your service." And we do have a brief video that we're going to share from them as well. So please bear with me for a second.
I served and I continue to serve because it makes me a better person and challenges me to be a good leader.
I serve because it's a family tradition.
I serve because I love my country.
I served because my brother served too.
I served because I wanted to make my family proud and because I wanted to be a credit to my nation.
I served because I'm proud to be American. I wanted to do my part by doing what little I could to fill those boots of those service members before me.
I served because it was always a dream of mine to join the United States Marine Corps since I was 7 years old. Then and after my brother joined the United
Hold a second. I'm sorry for that. Sounds like the video's not quite working. Just a moment.
Alex, so you know I could hear the video, but what I saw on the screen was just the agenda.
Yes, pardon me. I'm starting it over again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's try.
There we go.
Thank you. We'll play.
I served and I continue to serve because it makes me a better person and challenges me to be a good leader.
I serve because it's a family tradition.
I serve because I love my country.
I served because my brother served too.
I served because I wanted to make my family proud and because I wanted to be a credit to my nation.
I served because I'm proud to be American. I wanted to do my part by doing what little I could to fill those boots of those service members before me.
I served because it was always a dream of mine to join the United States Marine Corps since I was 7 years old. Then and after my brother joined in '92.
I believe in the Marine Corps values of honor, courage, and commitment. And I believe that good people need to stand up and defend our country's ideals of freedom and equality under the law for everyone.
The challenge of it, the brotherhood, is something that you can't get anywhere else.
I served because I wanted structure in my life. I wanted to experience different things, so I joined the military, and I got to experience having people in charge of me and being in charge of people, so it made me a better person and a better leader.
Why I serve, I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself. It's an honor to serve because those veterans he or she serve our country and help us to have the freedom and right that we have right now.
I came from Vietnam. I was born in Vietnam. And when I came here, I realized that, there's so much more out there in the world. When the opportunity to join the military arrived in my life, I just took that as a leap of faith, and I never regretted it. And I thought that it was a good choice for me to give back to the country that accepted me, and even the universe giving me the chance to move forward in my life, to be able to learn camaraderie with different race, different ethnicity, different cultures.
So we recognize veterans and thank them. It wasn't always that way, of course. My generation came back from war, and no parades, no bumper stickers, no thank you for your service, right? But happily, that's different nowadays. So it's been my pleasure to do what I can for veterans, and it's certainly been an honor to be in a position to do that.
Coming to the VRC at PCC, I got to meet a group of people who did their best to make sure that the transition was as smooth as possible. While at PCC, I got to transfer to Cal State LA and continue my education.
Love this country. Love being a vet.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Happy Veterans Day and happy birthday, Marcus.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day from the Veterans Resource Center.
From all of us at the Veterans Resource Center, Pasadena City College, it is our honor to serve those that serve,
So thank you to all of our veterans, and please enjoy your day.
Alex, thank you for that. Do you have any other introductions and recognitions?
I do. I have a couple of just brief memorial tributes, if you would indulge. The college wishes to pay tribute to Douglas Gorey, who was one of 3 brothers to play football at Pasadena Junior College in the 1940s. He passed away from natural causes last month at the age of 91. Gorey played 2 seasons in 1947 and 1948 under legendary community college head coach Tom Mallory. Gorey, who later became an assistant football coach, track and field, tennis coach, and a physical education dean at Santa Ana College, was the middle brother of a trio that would all play together in the same backfield at UC Santa Barbara, then Santa Barbara College, in 1950, with Douglas at halfback, Dick at quarterback, and Dave at fullback. The 3 were recognized nationally in the publication Ripley's Believe It or Not for the achievement. Douglas Gorey served a 2-year stint in the military, so another veteran there, as a member of the U.S. Navy. He later earned his doctorate in education at Oklahoma State University before returning to California and embarking on a 34-year teaching and coaching career at Santa Ana. He mourned his loss. He also paid tribute today to Dave Vellum. He passed away October 27. He was a long and dedicated employee at PCC, remembered as a devoted friend and supporter of all things PCC. He earned the Risser Award for Excellence in Teaching and was a big fan of PCC athletics. You can see him here with the women's softball team. He's there in the back row on the right. He was a veteran as well, and plans are to have him interred at Riverside National Cemetery. So, veteran still. Thank you.
Alex, thank you for those recognitions, and we will adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of Mr. Hellum and Mr. Gorey, as well as for all of our U.S. military veterans. And I want to go back to the student presentation. One of the things that I really enjoy as a trustee is the opportunity to interact with students and our student veterans. So David and Mackenzie, thank you for bringing your full AS board along with you. I only wish that we could be doing this in person as opposed to doing it in Zoom. And we look forward to your presentation that the students are going to make later in the agenda on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you for bringing your students to help with that presentation. Next, we're going to move on to item C6, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Trustee Waugh or Mr. Bucklehide, do we have any public comment?
We have none this evening.
Okay, no public comment. Thank you. And then looking ahead, do we have any public comment on agenda items?
No, we do not have any public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item C7 is to approve the minutes for our prior business meeting. That was our regular business meeting number 9, which was held last month on October 21st. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehide. Alex, you're up for a roll call vote on approving the minutes from our last meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Fellow.
Trustee Fellow, your mic is on mute. We're voting on approving our minutes. And I might have had, do we have a screen freeze?
I think
Trustee Fellow.
it's frozen.
Might have had trouble.
I wonder if his screen froze, possibly. If the trustees don't mind, we'll move on with a 6-0 vote plus the student trustee and one abstention.
He just moved.
He's back. Okay. Tony, it's a roll call vote to you on item C7, which is to approve the minutes for our last meeting. And we think we might have lost you. And are you back? And you're on mute.
Oh,
Hey, Tony.
oh Tony.
The joy of Zoom meetings. Do you guys mind if we move on with one abstention? Is that all right?
Sure.
I'll try to
Okay.
read it.
We'll approve the meeting minutes from last month with one abstention. And next is item C8, which is board committees reporting out. Do we have any board committees to report out? Berlinda.
Yes,
Brown, you are up.
the Accreditation Board Policy Review Committee met on October 30th to review the policies that you have before you today for approval, and also to receive an update on the ISO report, which we will be discussing later today. So that was the purpose of our meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Brown. Any other board committees reporting out on this agenda item? Trustee Silver.
Board goals. The Board Goals Committee has met at least 3 times. We are Linda Waugh, Berlinda Brown, David Ramirez, and myself. We're working on 3 areas for the goals. We are working on dual enrollment, workforce, and student services. And we're looking through all these areas through a DEI lens.
So it's just that's all the only conversation we had. So if that's what upset her, don't know what else to say.
Candace, you need to mute, Candace.
Thank you. Okay. And then Tammy, are you finished yet, or did you have more to report?
Just a little bit more. We're making good progress. We met with Crystal Colross about the data that we can get. And we had an in-depth meeting, and all of us can look at the data at Launchboard. If you just Google Launchboard, 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 you'll come up with a wonderful site that is put together by the Chancellor's Office with all kinds of data regarding community colleges. We also learned about our workforce programs with Dr. Julie Kiotis, and we're very encouraged about the progress that is being made regarding workforce items. And our committee is just working on embedding DEI into all the goals that we examine, and we are responding to the Chancellor's call to action, and we hope to continue and make a difference for our students.
Hey, Trustee Silver, thank you for that report. And thank you also to Trustee Brown, Waugh, and Ramirez for agreeing to serve on that committee and the important work. Trustee Martin, I see your hand up in the participants screen.
So the budget and audit met November 4th. It was about an 18-minute meeting. And we did review the 311Q. So that probably explains why it was an 18-minute meeting.
Which will be asked to pass on to Sacramento later today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any other board committees reporting out? Seeing none, in which case we will move on to agenda item C9, which is board member statewide committee reports. Do we have any statewide committee reports? Trustee Waugh.
I guess I could report out on, we just had a joint meeting of the CEOs and the trustees, and the trustees put forward the slate for our executive committee for Triple CT. We have nominated Trustee Ken Brown from El Camino for the president. President-elect will be Marissa Perez from Cerritos. First vice president will be Andra Hoffman from LACCD. And the second vice president will be Sally Kilby from the Redwoods. I'm sorry, not Sally Kilby, Sally Biggins from the Redwoods. And the ACCT, Triple CT ACCT nominations committee interviewed the candidates who are going for positions in ACCT for 2022. So Jim, your position, I think you'll be termed out in 2022. And so Jose Avalos from Riverside is a candidate and has been approved for endorsement. Debbie Ikeda has requested a nomination for her second term on the DEI committee of ACCT. And as you know, I put my name in for the director's position. So the three of us were approved for endorsement. Unfortunately, a number of California trustees lost their positions in the election, and this has also affected the ACCT positions. So there may be some acceleration in movement both at the Triple CT as well as the ACCT.
Okay,
That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Waugh. Do we have anybody reporting out on CCLC, the DEI work groups? We do have an agenda item for that later as well.
Yeah, I thought I would report out, but let me just remind all of the trustees that on Thursday we are having a virtual town hall. Starting at 7 p.m. So we are hoping all trustees will attend. We are encouraging all trustees to attend. Trustees Brown and Osterling will have an active role in helping us moderate some of those sessions. So we hope you all come to the table. We're inviting not just the trustees, but CEOs and the students, as well as any administration. We have a number of community members, especially from Pasadena, who have joined our DEI work groups.
Linda, can you tell the trustees how we can get them the registration for that town hall on Thursday at 7?
I will do that. It will be sent out again. It was sent out on Monday and it will be sent out again on Thursday morning, but I will send it over to the office and they can send it out to all the trustees.
Okay, so we'll have Mary send that out by way of a calendar item with the Zoom information on it. Okay, very good. And I want to say that I've been attending the DEI work groups, and the involvement and participation by PCC trustees is, we are frequent and very well represented. Trustee Silver, Trustee Waugh, student trustee David Ramirez, despite having midterm exams, has been attending not just one, but 2 different work groups. And so, and the results of all of that are going to be coming forward shortly as each one of those subgroups does their work and it gets distributed out to all of the colleges.
And Trustee Osterling?
Yes.
I'm actually on the CEO DEI task force, and we had our first meeting this last week, and we all indicated which of the areas we want to be involved in. So we have our next meeting coming up in a couple of weeks. So we're busy getting ourselves onto similar committees that the trustees are working on. So I'll be updating you on that as I am assigned to one or more of the strategies that are being discussed, and go from there.
Great. Do you happen to know if they're going to divide up into the same work groups as the trustees?
You know, there's a grid that they've been working on that has, you know, the DEI trustee work groups, as well as what's happening with the statewide academic senate and all the groups. So I think we'll get a little more clarity at our next meeting. We just had we had a 1-hour meeting last week, and so we're trying to get all the pieces in order. We all had to indicate which areas we wanted to work on by today, as well as share documents. I actually passed along a description of our new administrator hiring process that we're using right now with the blind screening as an example of how to increase the diversity of pools. So I'll keep you posted. Brand new. Hot off
Okay, great. And thank you for getting involved in another statewide activity.
Yeah,
Dr.
and you know,
Hendricks.
actually, Erica, one of the things I had mentioned it when ACRO came to the DEI dialogues is, and I mentioned what we had done, and I think it would be great if you wrote it up as best practice and because those are the kinds of things that we want to see put into the toolkits. So
yeah, and it will be because it's already, we wrote it. I wrote it. Well, actually, I should give total credit to Bob Lazinski and his team. I just changed a few things. And I believe that that's the goal, is that it will be part of the toolkit.
Great.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you for reporting out on and your participation, everybody, on the statewide committees. Next, we're going to go to agenda item D, which is to approve our consent calendar items. And as usual, we're going to do this in the sake of efficiency as a combined consent calendar. And so in one fell swoop, we are going to approve agenda items E, F, G. And before we have that vote, is there any agenda items on the consent calendar that any trustee would like to pull off for discussion or for a separate vote? And if so, let me know now and we'll pull those out and vote on all the rest of them. Okay, we'll do the consent calendar items en masse then. So I need a motion for approval of the combined consent calendar items E through G. Do I hear a motion?
Approve. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehide. Alex, can you hear us?
Mike, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're a little bit faint, but we can hear you.
Yeah, my audio has been weird tonight. Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you. Consent calendar items, motion carries unanimously. We're now on agenda item H, which is personnel, and this is the consent calendar, and this is a vote for by all the trustees except for the student trustee. Any items that we would like to pull out here? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, and again, roll call vote on agenda item H, consent calendar personnel items.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Student trustee Ramirez.
No.
Can't vote.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
No worries.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. We're now going to move on to agenda item I, which is action items recommended for approval. Item I1 is to accept the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the Pasadena Area Community College District, PACCD, and the Pasadena College Faculty Association, the PCCFA. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we call for a roll call vote, is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote on agenda item I1.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with the student trustee abstaining.
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to move to item I2. That's to accept the memorandum of understanding between the Police Officers Association, POA, and the Pasadena Area Community College District, PACCD. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go also to a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide, please.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee abstaining.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. I3, authorization to
I'm
transmit.
sorry, Trustee Osterling, I just want to correct for the record. The student trustee did not technically abstain. The student trustee does not get to vote. So it's not an abstention.
Understood. And
Okay.
therefore
I just wanted to
the motion
clarify.
carries unanimously amongst the voting trustees. Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Androgianis. Item I3, authorization to transmit the first quarterly financial status report. We'll start off with a motion.
Move to approve.
Do I
Second.
hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or presentation on this agenda item? Dr. Bush.
Yes, I could introduce it if I could share my screen.
So now?
There we go.
All
right. This is a very unique year, and this document does reflect the uniqueness. As the audience may recall, the board approved the budget just last month because of the unique COVID budget year that we're in. So this is our first quarter report, and it's getting back on schedule now. This column here is a column the state will populate once they process all the information we transmitted last month. So in Q2, this will be populated by the state. When we come down to section 4, you can see that there has been no change between the adopted budget last month and our current projected budget currently at the end of September. So there's really no change, but the board does have a statutory requirement to transmit it to the chancellor's office. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bush. Any further discussion? We already have a motion and second for this item. Hearing no discussion, we'll go for a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide, please.
I'll take doctor. Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. On to item I4. This is to approve modifications, deletions, and additions to the credit and non-credit curriculum. Before any discussion, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item or presentation? Okay, hearing none, we will go to the roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehide again, please.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chen Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Wah.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you. Next is agenda item I5. This is to approve board bylaw 2735, board member travel, if that's ever going to happen again.
Right.
Hopefully so. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or presentation on this board bylaw? Hearing none, we will go to a roll call vote. Let me ask the group a question. Do we want to try to approve all three of these board bylaws in one vote, or should we tackle these separately?
I think you have to do it separately.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it separately then. Item I5, we have a motion and a second and a roll call vote, please, Mr. Bucklehide.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chinlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
All right, thank you. The motion carries unanimously. Agenda item I6, Board Bylaw 2770, Community Relations. And this is for a deletion of this board bylaw. Do I hear a
Move to
motion?
approve. Move to approve.
Approved. Do I
Second.
hear a second?
Second.
Okay, approved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote again. Mr. Bucklehide.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chinlau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Agenda item I7, Board Bylaw 2780, Advisory Representatives to the Board. And again, this is a deletion. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Martin, you are up, sir.
First, I'm just a touch confused. You say it's a deletion, meaning we're removing the bylaw?
Correct.
Okay. So just quickly, could you explain why we're removing the bylaw? Is it incorporated someplace else?
Trustee Brown, would you like to tackle this one?
Actually, to be honest, I was late to that meeting, so Trustee Waugh.
Trustee Waugh.
Sure. Yeah, well, we actually recommended that this get deleted 2 meetings ago, and then it got brought back because we had to have it formally deleted. So there really isn't anything of substance in this this bylaw. It was, I guess, initiated in 1994. I don't know what the circumstances were. And most of this, I mean, this is just telling the board that we should send out information about the college. So, I mean, these are not, there's just nothing of substance in it. We didn't feel it was necessary.
Okay. This is the one about the board contract for services for an attorney, correct? Am I the right number?
This is the one on community relations, right?
No,
Oh,
you've already
sorry.
got that one. Yes, that is correct. It's about the board being able to contract for services, but it's not a legally required board bylaw. So it wasn't, so in the process of cleaning up the information, there was no reason to have it.
Okay. So I guess I didn't realize it was a deletion, even though it said deletion, I didn't quite get that meant we were deleting the bylaw. I'm not as concerned about the bylaw as I am the concept. And there have been occasions in my time as a board member where it was important that the board could hire legal counsel. And specifically throughout my tenure, that decision has rested with the board chair because there isn't always time especially when we're meeting once a month to get like, a board vote on, we're going to hire legal counsel. And there's been incidences in the past, and I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but you can just imagine sometimes when the board is dealing in particular with a change in superintendent, for example, that it's important that the board chair has the right to represent the district and obviously talk with legal counsel or engage legal counsel. So to me, this board policy said the board could do that. And I was just going to add whether we wanted to embody it in writing or just in understanding that would rest with the board chair.
John, thank you for your comment. My tenure on this board is much shorter than John's, but I've experienced the same thing, and that is the situations come up where the board seeks to be represented by legal counsel. This bylaw also talks about advisory services, and the tradition has been that the board president, the board chair, can do this and without the approval of the full board, so that action can be taken quickly. So I do concur with the need, and so I would ask a question here to our board bylaw subcommittee. If we remove this, how do we continue on with the ability for the board to engage, when appropriate, a outside legal counsel? And the search for a superintendent is a good example of that.
Trustee Waugh has her hand up.
Okay, Trustee Waugh.
So when we discussed this, one of the questions we asked was there anything, I mean, if we didn't have this bylaw, was there anything that prevented us from doing that? And there wasn't. So I'm not sure what the genesis of this was in 1994. Certainly the board has had representation and has been directly in contact with representation. So there really wasn't any, I don't know. I don't think there's anything that prevents us now from doing that.
Right.
So does this explicitly, I don't know that this is a needed bylaw to give us this authority.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, if we didn't have this board bylaw, where would that authority originate from?
By virtue of the board being the president. I mean, by virtue of you being the president of the board, you have the right to seek legal services, if which is separate from when I seek legal services, because I'm doing it on behalf of the college. You might be doing it on behalf of the board. But you would do it in the normal progression of carrying out your duties. So I think that's why the board subcommittee looked at that and didn't see a need for it. It's not required. That's the ability to utilize a search firm for the superintendent president doesn't rest with this particular bylaw.
Right. So, I mean, we've always had the authority. Any contracts we have with anyone, so whether it's legal counsel or whether it's a search firm, lies with the board. We have to approve it. And so these are representatives to us, to the board. So I didn't see why. I mean, when we looked at it and we asked, why was it needed? What was it that prevented us from having that authority? And there really didn't seem to be anything else. So I don't know, do other districts have to have something explicit like this? Because I think other boards would have to do this too.
And the other thing is that in your board bylaw 2200, board duties and responsibilities, it states that you're ultimately responsible for legal matters. So it already exists in other places. I think that was the reason for deleting it, because references to your ability to seek or legal being responsible for the legal matters of the district means that you have the right to seek advice in those legal matters. So I think it was just a cleanup item, but it's, you know, it's ultimately the will of the board. So it's up to you if you want to keep the bylaw or not. The policy committee thought that there wasn't a need for it given the other policy, the other board bylaws you have. That's it.
And John, I would note that this doesn't give the authority to the board chair, the president, to hire without the approval of the full board. So that may be our custom on occasion, but that did not derive from this bylaw.
And
Well,
Jim,
go ahead.
Jim, I would add that, you know, the board has always said that, you know, in the interest of expediency, we do give that authority to the board, of course, to the board chair.
Yeah.
Okay, and Trustee Watt, you mean we give that on a one-off basis when the situation comes up, or it's
Yeah, I mean, I think just the few times that it's come up, I think that we have given authority to the board president to proceed. You know, certainly we wouldn't want we could be in a position, and some boards have done this, have been in this position, where a board president may think, or the board chair sometimes assumes that the legal counsel is their resource to go to all the time. And we have had that problem once, at least in my tenure here on the board, and it really caused some major problems. So certainly, you know, it would be something we would expect the board chair to advise the board on, and we normally we can anticipate that these kinds of actions may be needed.
okay. So if we approve the deletion of this bylaw, the board still has the ability to hire outside legal counsel, and we have the ability on a case-by-case basis to grant that, to delegate that authority to the board chair. And I would only caution ourselves that when I first started on the board, we met twice a month, and now we only meet once a month. And again, this bylaw didn't give the board chair the authority anyhow to hire. It gave the authority to the board collectively.
Trustee Osterling, you also have a board bylaw that talks about board officers, and if you wanted to specifically add it, you could add it to that bylaw. If there's a concern, on the part of Trustee Martin or any of the board members that the absence of this particular board bylaw means that the board chair doesn't have that authority, I think it can be found in other places, but you know, again, it's your bylaw, so.
Okay.
Trustee Martin has his hand up.
Yeah, John, you're up, and Linda, you have your hand up in the participation window. Okay,
I took it down.
Okay, John, you're
Yeah,
up next.
so I think it's important that our board chair has carte blanche to seek legal counsel and maybe some other, but for sure legal counsel when necessary. I think that, you know, we're not going to elect somebody to board chair that we don't have that confidence in. And if we do, and if there's a problem, we need to replace the board chair. I'd like to see that happen. I don't really care which number it falls under. And I'll certainly say that 2780 isn't, you know, the writing of 2780 isn't quite in the same league as the Declaration of Independence or anything. So I'm not going to stick a sword in the ground on 2780. But I would like to ask the committee, and I can do so under future agenda items or something, would like to ask the committee to take up the topic of specifically stating that the board may hire legal counsel from time to time, and leaves that to the discretion of the board chair when necessary.
It could be put into board bylaw 2210.
I'd be very comfortable in under any number as long as
Okay.
it's there, and I'd be content with the committee
Okay.
working on that on my behalf, and I'd be happy to let this one go.
Okay.
But
Well,
that's my concern, because there's just been too many times where, and I remember a time specifically when I was board president that and students were, it was the day the Iraqi war started, and there was a lot of excitement, and we needed counsel quickly.
Okay.
Okay. We can agendize that on the next policy committee meeting.
Yeah. So Trustee Martin, thank you for your contributions. We'll direct the board policy committee to look into that and consider that and bring it back to the board. And then the motion on the table is to delete this board policy bylaw, pardon me, 2780. And it's been moved and seconded, and we've had discussion. And unless there's any further discussion, we'll go for a roll call vote here. Mr. Buckelheim.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you, trustees, and thank you, Trustee Martin, for your questions on that item. Agenda item I-8, resolution number 664, commemorating Veterans Day, November 11th, 2020. That's tomorrow.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just briefly, I've always enjoyed coming on campus and commemorating Veterans Day, and I'll miss the opportunity to gather around the wall, and maybe by next year at this time, we'll be able to have that celebration in person again.
Trustee Osterling, I would also like to thank all of our veterans and the VRC, who just does an amazing job with our veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Waugh. Concur. We have a motion and a second for agenda item I-8. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote again. Mr. Buckelheim.
Student Trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lau.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with a student trustee voting aye.
Thank you again, Mr. Buckelheim. Motion carries unanimously. Agenda item I-9. This is resolution number 665, commemorating National Native American Heritage Month, November 2020.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? I had a question on this item. I know some of our community colleges, they start off their meetings by honoring the land on the Native American tribe, the land on which their campus is located. And I was wondering if any of our groups do that on campus, and if we could make that a tradition for our board.
Absolutely. Many of our groups do that. I'm going to have Dr. Olivo speak to that because I believe the impetus came out of our student services.
Yeah, and Dr. Olivo, could you also talk about the Hispanic educational institution that used to reside on our Colorado campus as well? Because I'd like to honor them too.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. Yes, I think it's very appropriate in discussing commemorating the National Native American Heritage Month to also formally adopt the practice of a land acknowledgement at the beginning of all your meetings. And I'll tell you, the associated students are actually the first group on campus that started to do that before their meetings. And this is Tongva land. And so it's also great. Last well, actually in January, I organized the first Native American conference statewide that was held on our campus. So I think it would be great if you did that, and I could provide you with the language so that you could do that at every meeting. And then the
Okay.
second item you asked about is there was a period in time in Pasadena where there were two segregated all Mexican schools. And one of them happens to be on the land that is now our community education center over on Foothill. And there was a community leader, her name is Yuni Parada, and she spearheaded the effort to create a monument. It's called the Chihuahuita Memorial.
Yeah, thank you for that history. I had mistakenly thought that the one of those segregated Mexican American schools was on the main campus, but it was on the Foothill Extension campus.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Well, I would like to propose for my fellow trustees as a future agenda item that we consider a motion to commence our meetings by honoring the native lands that our campus is on. And so that would not be a vote for today, but I would request that we add that to our next agenda. Okay, and any further discussion on item I9? Hearing none, we'll go to a roll call vote. Mr. Bucklehite again, please.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bucklehite. Motion carries unanimously. Agenda item I10. This is resolution number 666 commemorating Human Rights Day, and that's on December 10th, 2020. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? I just have a question. I wanted to get some more background in history on Human Rights Day and when it started and where, if anybody knows. If not, we'll go to a vote. Okay, let's take that right to the vote. This is agenda item I10. It's been moved and seconded. And roll call vote, please, Mr. Bucklehite.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
Vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Thank you, Mr. Bucklehite. Motion carries unanimously. And next is resolution number 667. This is agenda item I11, and this is to commemorate World AIDS Day on December 1st of 2020. Do I
Motion
hear
to
a motion?
approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please. Mr. Bucklehite.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Fellow.
Aye.
The vote is 7-0 with the student trustee voting aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Last action item for today, item I12. This is resolution number 668, commemorating National Disability Awareness Month 2020 and the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, December 3rd, 2020. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go to a roll call vote. Again, Mr. Bucklehite.
Student trustee Ramirez.
Aye.
Trustee Chin-Lao.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Waugh.
Aye.
Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Fellow?
Aye.
Vote of 7-0 with student trustee Ramirez voting aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to agenda item number J, and these are information items. J1 is the ISER report, ISER report, and this is a first reading. Dr. Androgenis, how do you want to conduct this part of the meeting?
Well, I believe we have both Crystal Colross and Dr. Thea Alvarado with us, and so they are here to answer your questions. You had a study session earlier today with a training on the ISER from our ACCJC Liaison Vice President, Gohar Momjen. And so now it's your opportunity to ask questions. Crystal and Thea, if there's anything you want to say to get them started or just to ask questions.
Crystal and Thea, do you have any presentation to begin with, or just here to answer questions?
I think we're just here to answer any questions. I would just like to thank all of my colleagues and especially Dr. Alvarado for all the work that went into this. This was very much a campus-wide effort. Trustee Brown served with us on the Accreditation Standing Committee and really helped guide our activities. So we're pretty proud of this document. We feel we got widespread participation and approval.
Thank you, Crystal. And I would only add to that, if you turn to pages 36, 37, 38, and 39, it's a list of the various people throughout the campus that were involved in creating this report, and it's quite an extensive report. I want to thank Thea and Crystal and Trustee Berlinda Brown, who are here, but I know that you're representing literally many dozens of folks, all that contributed to this report. And we know that accreditation is not a matter to be taken lightly, and I don't think the campus group has taken this lightly. I think we've really worked hard to make this document reflect what's really going on at PCC at this time. So thank you to those that are here and everybody listed that contributed to this ISER report. Trustees, do we have any questions for Crystal and Thea? Berlinda, I saw your hand up. You're up. Take it away, please.
A just very simple question. I needed clarification. I think it was on page 33 of the report. I read that PCC offers 72 certificate of achievement programs, but later on down in eligibility requirement of degree, it said we had 92 certificate of achievement programs. So I just needed clarification on that.
Thank you for that question, Trustee Brown. So Crystal and I conferred today, and we actually went to the website that we have that lists all of our certificates of achievement. We believe it was meant to be 92 in this document because when we wrote it about a year ago, that's how many we had. I think the 72 was probably a typo, so thank you very much for pointing that out. When I went and looked today, it's actually up to 95 now. So we're going to double check that, and then we're going to change it in the report.
Okay.
Thank you. I had just a small question or item of note. Somewhere early on in the report, I'm trying to find it. We talk about the OER and the fact that we were named #1 in OER by Rice University, which is great. I also thought it would be worth, we actually call it OpenStax in this report, and it's on page 15. I thought it would be worth it, even though I know the number is a moving target because it keeps getting bigger, but it would be worth it if we could also add to the report the literally millions of dollars that our students have saved by virtue of having the OER resources available to them. So it's nice to be named #1 by Rice University, but the last number I heard was $4 million, and I know it's gone up since then.
Thank you for that. That's something that we're very proud of. So I'll reach out to our OER committee and I'll ask them for some specific language here so that we can incorporate that.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Trustee Chen Lao, you are up.
First, let me just commend the team for your efforts. This certainly takes a lot of work and a lot of sweat, hopefully not a lot of tears, to do this report. Haven't been on a accreditation team before. I understand the extensive effort that goes into a report like this. What stood out to me was the description of the programs that PCC offers in particular for its students. And one of the program is the rapid response program, especially now in this pandemic. And we certainly know that our students are in a lot of need. I would like to know, would you know the number of students that have been served in this rapid response program and what the budget would be for this program?
I think it would be best if we, and I'm sorry to do this, if we could throw that over to Dr. Olivo, because I think that program comes out of student services.
Yes, rapid response emergency aid, it varies annually, Trustee Chen Lao. So I can get some average data if you'd like. And it is funded by typically the PCC flea market funds. And then also we braid in some funding from financial aid to pay for the staff person who reviews the emergency aid applications. So I can make sure we get some concrete information to add to the ISTER.
Great, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions or discussion on the first reading of the ISER report? Okay, and this is a first reading, so this is not a voting item at this time. Again, Crystal and Thea both, thank you, and Trustee Brown and everybody that contributed to this very detailed and lengthy and significant and important document. Thank you.
Yes, they did an awesome, awesome job. Everybody did a fabulous job. Thank you so much for all of your hard work.
And why do I have a feeling, Dr. Interjonis, that you read every single word?
Well, because I did, and I provided lots of feedback. But it was, and it's a labor of love for me. I'm an accreditation geek. And, you know, the number one thing, if you think about it, accreditation, it's one of the primary responsibilities of the superintendent president of an institution or the CEO is to ensure that the college meets the accreditation standards. And I take that job very seriously, that responsibility very seriously. And so it was really gratifying to get the opportunity to review each standard as it was coming hot off the presses over the last few months and getting to provide feedback. But having been the accreditation liaison officer at Oxnard College and having constructed one of these and all the work I did at Valley, I really understand the work that goes into it. And it's just, I can't tell you how proud I am of the document that will be going forward, because it is, and especially since I did just chair a team to Cuesta College, I think having just seen another college and just looking at what we've done, it's awesome. So yeah, total ACCJC geek. Yep, that's me.
Okay, thank you again to the entire team. And seeing no other discussion on this item, I'm going to move ahead to item J2, This is our adult education program plan.
So for this item, I would like to introduce Dr. Will Sims to give you an update and also to say, my goodness, thank you so much because it is Dr. Sims' birthday today. So this is how he is spending the evening of his birthday. So thank you, Dr. Sims.
Thank you all for having me.
I think we're going to get your screen shared right now. Yes?
Okay.
And congratulations to the new baby coming too, right? So you have a lot of good news coming.
Yes, she could come at any moment, and so I am excited, and the phone is right here.
If Will leaves suddenly, we'll know why. Good luck, Will.
Thank you.
Are you able to share there, Dr. Sims, or would you like some assistance?
If you could assist me, that would probably help.
Sure.
Thank you, Alex.
You have a document you want to share?
I emailed it to you.
I'll bring that up.
So I should start by saying good evening, trustees, community members, and other dignified guests. I appreciate you allowing me the time to discuss non-credit programs in adult education. I would be remiss if I didn't start by saying thank you to people like Bob Lazinski, the Talent Search team, Cheryl Storms, Liliana Martinez Kaufman, Susan Hunkins, Carolyn Corey, Rhonda Williams, Mariela Baldo, Angel Woma, Blanca Henderson Hernandez, Brian Pangan, Carly Nguyen, Gilbert Leos, Ibrahim Naim, Jennifer Flores, Jordan Ost, Latanya Horn, Maria Juarez Fonseca, Martha Cabral, Maya Besteris, Miranda Zamudio, Noelia Franco, Rafael Reyes Garcia, Salam Gorgeous, Dr. Junie and the Dean's Group, Stephanie Alex, Sylvia Moreno, Yvette Crowder, Shauna Ursery, August Sims, and our army of adjunct faculty, too numerous to name. These are the people that are making this work happen, and every day they come to work ferociously prepared to defend our students and help them accomplish their dreams. Everything that we've done over the last 10 months, our response to COVID, our transition to remote instruction has been possible because of the work of our team on the non-credit side. And so I want to make sure that I invoke their names in this space because they are tremendous. They are amazing warriors. And I really am appreciative of the work that they do.
Sent the wrong one.
Appreciate the vamping, Dr. Sims. We are opening your presentation now and getting it going.
Awesome. And also a thank you to Dr. Bell for his support and Dr. Angejanis, your faith in my leadership and your vision for the institution is appreciated. And I just appreciate you giving me this opportunity and look forward to all that we will accomplish.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we've almost dealt with our challenges here.
Okay, we're up on the shared screen.
Yeah, that's half the battle.
Go ahead. Why don't you get started and we'll adapt here. There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bucklehide.
All right, so we can hop to this. Well, enrollment has really been the challenge. And as we look at non-credit as well as adult education, we're looking at how to increase enrollments. COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on our programs, specifically with regard to our older adults ESL and DSPS programs. With our ESL programs, many of our early language acquisition folks who are in our lower level classes are having challenges using the online system. And so because they're not familiar with the language registration, and our online portals provide some challenge to them, as well as operating Canvas. And so we're working to develop an outreach team to help these students and increase enrollments. One of the great things that's happened is our assessment team has been innovative and recognized by CASAS, which is the language assessment program and that we use, software that we use, for the innovation that they've made to test remotely. We have been increasing our remote testing, and our testing around 135 students a week. And we've retrofitted the labs so that we can create in-person testing, which will increase enrollments in those programs. With our DSPS and older adult programs, it's really, the challenge has been the shutdowns that the facilities that those programs happen in have experienced. And so we've developed two solutions. One is a reentry protocol with those facilities that allows an outreach team that we developed to go in and help set up remote instruction, which includes enrollments and helping students learn how to use Canvas. In our DSPS populations, we'll have an aide that works with each of those groups. And then with our older adult groups, people will go in and provide training to our older adult sites on how to use Canvas and other things. So we're really scaffolding learning in that area to increase enrollment in those programs. One of the things that we have seen, though, is success rates. Our adult high school and GED success rates have been solid. And so even with enrollment declining, we're looking at 70 and 64% success rates in those programs, respectively. Our focus is, you can go to the next slide. One of the main focus of this work and the work that we've engaged in over the last 10 months is how to reimagine our non-credit programming. And this includes a curriculum update and refresh in all of our programs, because we need to make sure that they're culturally relevant, they're responsive to industry needs, and they help our students either bridge to the credit programs that we offer, or find living wage jobs and employment. Employment is a big thing that we are focused on. And so we're looking across programs at how we tie to the non-credit to credit pipeline, as well as employment. With ESL, one of the big focuses has just been realigning our satellite locations. We have a number of sites where we operate ESL classes, and with remote instruction, those numbers have dropped, which affects enrollment. But as we realign and right size the program, we'll see increases as well as more completions. And our ultimate goal is to help those students transfer to the credit side. And one of the tools that we'll use and implement in the near future are mirror classes. Mirror classes are classes where our non-credit students are in the classroom with credit students, as well as being taught by credit faculty. This helps remove the mystery of the credit side and connects them to that work. And so we know that will be a strong tool in helping our students connect to the credit program and solidify that pipeline. With our vocational ESL program, we are reconnecting with trades. Building is happening in our region, and being able to connect our students who come from this program to living wage jobs, where the rate of employment is $37 to $41. Prevailing wage in that industry is $37 to $41 an hour. And so we want our students to connect to those resources, as well as expanding funding for the non-credit division by braiding and integrating the WEO program more deeply into our work. With adult high school, our ABE and GED programs, we've reduced time to completion. Previously, we had 16-week sessions where students were taking classes in longer chunks. And so now we've created 8-week sessions in spring and fall, which allows students to take more classes and complete faster. This will help students finish their adult high school program and then get to the credit side. Our goal is to really create more concerted effort around helping our students in these programs continue their educational journey on the credit side. And in addition to mirror classes, reducing the time to completion in that program is essential. Additionally, we've created the Virtual Student Support Center because of our remote instruction, and then integrated tutors into the classrooms. Because we know the 8-week sessions are more intense, we want to provide direct support. And so while faculty complete teaching, students are already interacting with their tutors and able to ask questions and get help in a real-time manner. And so that's been our effort in our adult high school GED programs. Business and CTE is huge. We know that we're going to start to experience a number of people who need to refine skills and expand what they know. And so our business and CTE classes are well suited to meet the needs of those folks who are suffering from COVID-19 professionally. And so we're partnering with the Economic and Workforce Development team to expand our use of resources like the Freeman Center and many of the other things that they do. As well as relaunching our small business certificate. And that'll be a part of the work that we do at Northwest. And I'll talk about that a little later. You can go to the next slide. With older adults, I talked to you about the reentry protocols and establishing new sites, as well as that outreach team with DSPS and older adults. We're rebranding our parent ed program and realigning the locations of that. Our parent ed program is an amazing program that's existed since the 30s. I am actually an alum of the parent ed program. My parents used the program when I was a small child. And so I have lifelong friends that I made and connections that I made in the parent ed program. And so I know this is a strong program and something that we have to support. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. And then there's the California Adult Education Program and the Pasadena Air Consortium. That's funding that we use for adult education in our partnerships with Pasadena Unified School District, as well as Temple City. And there's just amazing work coming out of there. One of the ways that we'll increase enrollment in this through this funding is the launch of a DSPS aid certificate. That program is something that we'll use to educate professionals in both districts, as well as offer a certificate here at the Foothill campus. We can expand through the development of our hospitality curriculum, and then again by establishing that non-credit to credit pathway. Next slide. And so employment development is a huge part of what we do. All of this, in addition to helping our students, our non-credit students connect to credit, we're really focused on employment development. One of the great things that has happened in the last few months is the medical front office clerk certificate, championed by Sabrina Law and Mariela Baldo. Without their work, this would be impossible. This is a certificate that allows students to finish the program and enter into the workforce. It's also a pathway to our nursing program. After students finish this, it's a program that we can nudge them to continue their medical training in the nursing program or one of our other medical programs. And so a lot of what we're building are pathways to connect to our credit programs or certificate programs that pay a living wage. We've revamped the CTE, the business CTE courses, and continue to launch that small business development program at Northwest. Recently, our job developer, Myra Basteris, was an essential part of the team that held the job fair on November 6th, as well as the DSPS employment panel hosted by Jennifer Flores, one of our counselors here. And so there's just a lot of work to align ourselves with the work being done by Salvatrice and the Economic Workforce Development team. There are a number of resources that we haven't taken advantage of well. And so as we align more closely with that work, our students will benefit. So I know I'm going fast. I want to take a break to answer any questions there are.
Any questions? I see Trustee Brown, your hand is up. You're up.
Thank you, Dr. Sims, for your very thorough presentation, I am trying to process all of this ambitious, it's a lot of stuff you have here. I am wondering, I would like to get maybe some examples of something that we can, I could wrap around my hands. Like, for instance, I think with this last slide you have with employment development and the medical front office clerk certificate. Could you tell me how long does that take? And you mentioned earlier that the whole idea is to get living wage job. What's the path to that?
So the medical front office clerk certificate can be completed within a year.
A year?
So the initial wage that this person would earn is around $21 an hour. If they continue to one of the other programs, that increases exponentially. And so the goal of this program is, one, to get people to work, but also to help them understand the benefits of continuing their education in the programs that we offer in health sciences. And so this accomplishes two goals. One, it provides direct employment, and then two, it helps people connect to other opportunities. And so, if you from one spring semester to the next, you could complete this and then continue on while working and become a nurse within 3 years.
Thank you. So this is just something that is sort of a wish list, or are you actually doing it already?
This is complete. So we've gone through C&I. We will start to offer these classes. This is concrete work that has been done to move through. Again, this was work that was led by Mariela Baldo and Sabrina Law, two faculty members who are passionate about creating this connection between our programs.
Wonderful. That's very good. Okay, thanks.
Trustee Waugh, I see your hand up in the participant window. If you have a question for Will?
I do. Thank you, Dr. Sims. Yeah, this is a great presentation. So this is really right in line with what the board goals subcommittee has been looking at. And so one of the links I know that Trustee Silver is going to be sending out to everyone is on the launch board. So as we're looking at this data, one of the things that came up when we were trying to find out what is the data that's available, we found that that we might be doing a study on the projections for industries that would increase this livable wage earning or increase the social mobility index for our students. So do we have any information on that? Are we looking towards that as one of the projections for employment?
Yes. So we're currently working on a project. It is a regional project with economic workforce development, and I can provide that data later. But it looks at what industries have the highest wage potential for our students. And that's also part of the restructuring of the vocational ESL program, because construction is one of those things that we know will quickly help our students earn living wages.
That's great, thank you. And I think you talked a little bit about not just providing that vision for the students to earn a credential, but then to look at stackable credentials and a pathway maybe so creating sort of that lifelong learning pathway for the students. And so I know that our ratio of students to counselors is quite high. So do the students, or will the students have an opportunity to get access to the resources to get that counseling, or how would they get that counseling?
So that's part of the work that we're doing. And I'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation, but the work that we're doing to restructure our student services here in the non-credit division. Part of that includes ed plans that really talk about their goals and help them kind of self-guide them through what resources are available to them, and then just expanding our student services in a meaningful way. There's a number of things that we're undertaking, a number of processes that we're undertaking to help create more comprehensive student services. One, that'll create better connections to counselors, but two, that'll also create self-guided maps and tools that they can use to answer some of those questions that counselors may not need to answer.
Great, thank you.
And Dr. Sims, you took a break from the presentation for questions. Do you have more to go?
I do.
All right, let's fire away.
Awesome. So we can go to the next slide. And this talks a little bit about our parent education program. This is one of the areas that we know that we have to grow. We don't offer certificates in parent education, but when you talk about stackables and completions, this is an area for growth that we've identified. We know that enrollment is down because a lot of the things that parents like to do is meet in person. That's the biggest component of this program, is the face-to-face instruction and the interaction between young people. And so as we look to return the face-to-face, we want to offer some completion certificates, attached certificates to this, because we know those students will continue in the program, but we can also look at a different level of apportionment through this. We can go to the next slide. And then we've launched our online application. One of the things that we needed to do was update our applications. We were doing everything by hand and in paper. And so we've recently, at the end of October, we launched the online application, and this will help reduce the time it takes for a student to get into the classroom. So this is really a helpful tool. We're in the process of troubleshooting now. And so at the end of January, we'll have a refined application that really is useful to students. All those students are registering now with it. We know there's some tweaking that we have to do. And this is a part of the work that we're doing on the student services side. In addition to creating those ed plans, we want to make sure that all of those online resources are available to our students. And then we'll work to create better translations, because we know we service students who speak Mandarin as well as Spanish and Armenian. And so we're working now to make sure those translations are in place so that students can access this material in their native language. You can go to the next slide. And that brings us to one of the most exciting things that we will do is the launch of Northwest. We've had classes there and we've been working there, but there's been a tremendous amount of work done. And we were just about to host a really big party before COVID wreaked havoc on us. But I want to thank Alex and David and Trustee Brown for pushing all of this, as well as Dr. Bell. You know, the campus is beautiful. I don't know if people have gotten a chance to walk it, but the work that the vendor did, Perspective, the vendor did, really has transformed this campus. I mean, it looks like a brand new building. The Welcome Center is state of the art. And we're continuing to move things around. Northwest presents us with the greatest possibility of options. It's a beautiful campus, and we can also launch some amazing things and partnerships here. But this is just a couple of pictures of what the inside looks like. And when we host that unveiling of the Welcome Center, you're going to be blown away. And go to the next slide. This is just a quick capture of what enrollments looked like prior to COVID. We're excited about scaffolding programming here because we know this is a potential for us to increase enrollment, again, for adult education as well as non-credit. And so we're encouraged by these numbers. I think a part of it is just continuing to have conversation with the community to let them know this resource is there. And so as we engage in deep conversation with the community and ingrain this campus in the lexicon of Northwest Pasadena, as well as the city as a whole, we're going to see a tremendous influx of use in this campus. We can go to the next slide. And so this is what our scale looks like in moving through different programming. we're looking at growing a number of programs here that will really service the community and are relevant to the people who live in this space. Among them is the podcast studio and our partnership with HBCU to provide a bachelor's degree on this campus. One of the challenges and one of the barriers to students from California getting to HBCUs is often cost. And so being able to reduce costs for those students to still have that connection to a historically Black college or university is going to be transformational for their educational experience. Additionally, it will increase revenue for the campus. And we're looking at ways to make sure that this campus is funding itself, as well as able to expand with self-generating revenue. And the podcast program, which we will start as a studio, move to program, and then offer a certificate in podcasting ultimately by the summer, by fall of 22, will really be revolutionary in that. It helps people raise awareness about their issues. It allows people to raise their voice and be heard, as well as it will generate revenue for this campus. And so we're excited about the space. We're looking forward to what we do. And this is also, I will be honest, I went to high school there. It's my alma mater. So I am selfishly invested in making this the best thing that Pasadena City College has. Go Mustangs. We go to the next slide. And then I just have a little bit of data from Dr. Isela Oseguera on our early college magnet. As you know, we are working with our Muir partners and our students at John Muir to allow them to transition into college when they start high school. And this is a part of the population that we know will access that HBCU program that we're going to offer at the Northwest campus. And so I'm excited about that. We can go to the next slide. So this is just a snapshot of what dual enrollment looks like. Our total numbers are about 413 there, with that largest cohort being ninth graders who will go through the entire program. The population the breakdown by ethnicity is 30% African American, 38% Latinx, 24% white, 4% Asian, and 1% American Indian or Alaska Native. Go to the next slide. And so this is what the breakdown of classes looks like for students who are enrolling at John Muir. And so these students will be moving through our curriculum and working with our instructors and making sure that the courses that they take are transferable to a CSU or UC. And we can go to the next slide. And this is just the course sequencing. I'll make sure that this presentation is shared with you. So if you want to do a deep dive into this, you have it. But this just gives you what the periods look like and what a day for our dual enrollment students would entail. And we can go to the next slide. And again, success data is great here, right? We're looking at 70+% data, 70+% success data in most of our classes. We know that other work is being done to expand this to include tutoring support. And so the classes that students are struggling in, they will have support that they need to increase success outcomes. We can go to the next slide. And this is just a story of one of the highlights of the program. Langston is a 10th grader at John Muir, and he is taking full advantage of the dual enrollment offerings. Langston will have 23 college credits by the fall of this year. And this is just one of the students that is amazing. I would tell you all Mustangs are amazing. Because it's just a special place. PHS is wonderful. Blair is great. Marshall is a fantastic place, but John Muir is a special place, and it creates world changers. And Langston is one of those. We can go to the next slide. As well as Kennedy. Kennedy will have 43 college credits at the onset of this year. She's in 11th grade and on track to just be amazing. She's got a 3.742, and Kennedy's going to be a stellar candidate for any of the colleges that she applies to. These are success stories of this program, of the dual enrollment program. We know it's working. We know the partnership will thrive, and we look forward to all that we will do at the Northwest campus. So that's my presentation. I will take any other questions you have now.
For Linda Brown, Trustee Brown, you're up first.
This is like so exciting. So let me begin. Could you go back to the slide where you had, I guess it's the Welcome Center at John Muir?
So there's not a picture of the Welcome Center there. That's just the hallway.
Could you go back to that, please? Because that makes me very excited.
Yeah.
So this is just outstandingly beautiful.
Thank you.
And first, let me say that I am very pleased with what I'm seeing. I am just, words cannot express. But what I most like about the whole thing is that the energy that Dr. Sims brings to the Northwest Pasadena is really what I have been looking for. And I think that in itself is going to be a magnet to the community, and it's going to help, take this out of the four walls. That's really where I'm going. I see there are some success stories, but the question that I have for you is what kind of outreach are you doing in the community to spread all what you just told us, to ensure that the community, because that's what we wanted to happen. I don't want to go out in the community, don't know what's really happening at PCC Northwest. That's one of my big things. And it appears that things are going well. And I know with the COVID-19, things have slowed down, and I'm seeing where you are trying to get our students to use the technology and get, because I know that's a big hurdle for our students, particularly the ones in Northwest Pasadena. So it's important for them to be able to reduce that barrier that would allow them to succeed. So I am just wondering what has been done as far as reaching out to the community to make sure that they know what's going on. I know the principal of John Muir does a good job, but I'd like to know what is it that PCC Northwest is doing to capture and motivate these students, which there are a lot of them. And your data looks good. The data looks good. I am happy that the dual enrollment is paying off. It's going there. When it first started, it was a little questionable. We're moving forward, and I'm very pleased to see that. So could you please tell me about the outreach?
So the trick to this is really about ingraining this in the language of the community. The way we do that is offering co-curricular programming through things like Amend. Amend is our cohort for African American men. And so what we do is we will continue to host events, but offer community space. And Amend is made up of mostly students from this community. It's African American men, and they host meetings, they host events, there are trainings, and then there's mentoring that those students do to young men in the community. And so that's part of our outreach, as well as creating community space. We're in the process now because we have time to move things, and we will never have a time like this where we're able to update our buildings and clean them in this way. And so creating community spaces for meetings. The Sister Cities Committee for the city of Pasadena actually meets at the Northwest campus. And so we continue to expand those relationships because partnering with the community allows that message to go out that this is not just PCCs, but it belongs to the community. And so that's our philosophy in expanding it. The challenge we ran into was COVID-19. we were hosting these meetings. We were going to host a recap of the trip that the mayor went on to Senegal. And right as he was on the trip, COVID-19 struck and everything went down. And so part of the programming, part of the community messaging that we planned has been challenged. As we reopen the campus and PUSD invites people to be back in their space, we'll be able to continue that community programming. But that's really the way that we message it. The other thing is working with the Human Services and Recreation Department of the city of Pasadena to include our programming in their monthly digital magazine, because that goes out to every resident in the city of Pasadena. And so as we continue to refine and expand those relationships, we're advertising in a way that doesn't cost us money, but also spreads our message. And then Tamika Alexander and her wonderful outreach team are also being armed with information about non-credit programs. We're actually going through and revamping all of our collateral materials that talk about non-credit and giving that to our outreach team. And so as people go out and they're doing these outreach events, Northwest Campus will be on the tip of their tongues. We'll talk about all of the things that we offer. We'll talk about the free classes, because that's our hook, right? Our classes are free and you can get to the credit side through us, but you can also get jobs and other things. And so we're using that free hook to bring people to that campus. And then I think the podcast studio is going to be revolutionary. You've probably seen Apple Podcasts and Spotify continue to expand their work around podcasts, and us moving into that space is going to allow us to expand our relationship with public radio, as well as those other platforms that allow for podcasting. And so those are the beginnings of our strategy. And then as we scale our programming, we'll be able to increase community awareness about what's available there.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Waugh, I see your hand up in the participant window.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Dr. Sim. So with COVID-19, we're hearing a lot of people have lost their jobs. We expect some of them will come back and ask for, will come back for retraining or to retrain for the future. Are we seeing any of those changes in our enrollment?
We have indications in our business and CTE classes that's why people are starting to take Office Suite as well as some of our graphic design classes. So a part of, and I have to credit Mariella for the work that she did to refresh this curriculum recently. A part of that has been to prepare for that. And so we anticipate moving into spring, we'll see an even larger increase in those people taking those classes.
And how closely are working with industry experts in getting our students prepped for the skills that are needed for not just the ones today, the jobs of today, but we know that COVID-19 is going to change the jobs in the next 5 to 10 years too. So how closely are we working with industry on this?
Very closely, and that's part of the regional work that we're doing that's led out of Mount SAC. And we collaborate with our economic and workforce development team to make sure that the programs that we are developing are in line with that work. There's a large statewide consortium that we're a part of out of Mount SAC that is kind of focused on keeping that information up to date and then helping us as thought partners in how we shape our programs.
Okay, and then on dual enrollment, let's see, you did have some numbers on one of the slides after, like 2 or 3 slides after this one, I think, where you had you had done a student assessment.
A class.
Let's see, was that
this one?
No, like farther down. Okay, it looked like you had. This looks good. So it looked like you had assessed the students and where they needed additional help. I was just.
I think that's the next slide.
Is it the next one?
So it's our success data.
Right.
So we're looking at specifically our psychology, personal growth development, the American government and music appreciation classes, some of our African American history. Those are areas where and then our elementary statistics, those are areas where we know we need to provide additional tutoring. And so creating that student service space at the Northwest campus and offering that tutoring will meet the needs of these students and increase success rates in those programs, in those specific disciplines.
Okay, great. And is the dual enrollment and CT classes, are they attracting students from other areas or primarily from the Northwest area?
So our dual enrollment program focuses on students at John Muir. Our CTE program, our business and CTE programs, as well as our bilingual ABE program, is what attracts people from all around. So we have students coming from as far as Buena Park to access those programs.
It'd be great to get those stats so we know that we're attracting lots of people to come to PCC. So very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Silver, your hand is up.
Oh, hi. I was just wondering if you've been able to collaborate with KPCC when in building the podcasting course, if they've been receptive to any kind of collaboration.
So we have just started to outlay this project. They will be likely be a large part of this because part of it is creating an internship, and we have our own studio, so they should intern there. So we look to use them as a resource. In general, everybody's been very receptive and helpful in making this possible. The first step is making sure that the space is fitted for the program and to do the work. And so we're in the process of moving some older materials out of that space and then retrofitting it for that program. And then we will continue to develop that relationship and as we look to situate the curriculum.
And I just want to say that we need to make sure, and I know Dr. Sims will do this, we need to coordinate this with what's happening on the Colorado campus in our radio broadcast and other programs, because they too do work with KPCC and we have internships over there. So I think, it's really important, all the great work that he's doing, but it is a coordinated event, a coordinated effort, because we have more than one avenue into KPCC on our campus.
Dr. Sims, I'm interested to learn more about your affiliation with the HBCU, where that stands, when that will spring into action. Very excited about the ability to get a degree at PCC West through that vehicle, and also how that came about.
So I can tell you again, much like my selfish allegiance to John Muir High School, I also have quite the tie to historically Black colleges and universities. When I left Pasadena City College as a student, I went to Clark Atlanta University. And during our tour last year, we toured the Atlanta University Center with 25 students from high school, our trio programs, as well as our transfer bound program led by Sequoia Thompson. And so on that tour, we met with the president of the institution and started this dialogue about California having a large contingency and how to support that. And so in addition to 5 of our students being accepted to Clark Atlanta University, we started this conversation about a satellite campus program. Currently, we were slated to have an initial meeting in March of 2020 to review the document that we are working collaboratively to create around what the curriculum looks like. That meeting was postponed, and we've yet to reschedule. But there is a document that we're generating that I'm working with the dean of their social sciences program to create a work plan for what programs could be offered and what the best program to start with would be. And so I'll make that available as soon as it is ready. Following that, we'll be able to bring our president and the Clark Atlanta University president together to formalize the relationship and move forward. We hope to do this for a fall of 22 launch.
I was ready to hop on a plane in
Yes.
March. Seriously, we were like, okay, when are we going to Atlanta? When are we going? And then COVID hit. So it was bummer.
So
Ready.
we're working still to make this happen. My belief is that it'll be ready for fall of 22. But I will share out that document as it is a collaborative piece, and really working to expand it. So the second part of this is that we're also working with the California Community College, historically Black college efforts to make this, to pilot it and then make this a district-wide or statewide initiative where multiple HBCUs will offer bachelor's degrees at California community colleges. So we look to scale this. Everything that we want to build, we want to replicate system-wide. And so we want to continue to be innovative and look for Northwest to be one of the prides of the California community college system.
Thank you. And thank you for your personal relationships and energy to push that forward and make that happen.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any more questions? Will, are you finished or is there more presentation to go?
I am done.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sims.
You and I also have in common, both of my kids went through the parent ed program. And with my younger sister, actually, who took care of their daycare, and her 3 kids also went through the parent ed program. And you're right, it's the personal relationships that they made with other parents that are long lasting and remain. And it is hard to do that remotely, unfortunately, but I'm starting to feel good that we're going to all be able to start having classes together in person in the not too distant future. I was very encouraged when I heard about the vaccine. I hope that comes through. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sims. Any more questions or discussion on that presentation? Okay. Thank you again.
Mr. President.
Let's move on to item J3. This is an update on DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I know that Trustee Waugh, who has been one of the driving forces for this statewide and also here at PCC, wanted to have a presentation on this topic for our trustees at this meeting by our students. And I know that our student trustee, David Ramirez, and our AS president, Mackenzie, have organized the students and have a presentation for us. And we look forward to seeing that presentation now.
No, I think Tony wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. My sincere apologies.
Just want to say, Mr. President, I don't want to be rude, but my camera just won't work. So it just,
you know what? We'll see if Alex can fix that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not being rude. Sorry about that.
There we go.
You're
Thank
back, Tony. We can see you again.
Thank you.
All
And
right.
maybe just to preface a little bit for before the students start, I think that we've reported out, the DEI groups have reported out that we've been having DEI dialogues. And so part of the trustees forming these groups around the calls to action from the chancellor's office was we identified stakeholders that we needed to help us develop these DEI initiatives. And so one of the reasons I asked Jim and Berlinda, if we thought this would be a good idea, is to bring this to all of the trustees, and it's for us to start having sort of dialogues just locally with our own district, with our stakeholders, and to be able to hear their voice as we start to formulate our own policies and work with Dr. Indra-Janis on our DEI initiatives. So thanks, David, for doing this.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying thank you for inviting us to talk about the DEI implementation plan, what that means for us and what we would like to see the college do going forward. I want to mention firstly that this is meant to be a discussion. It's not necessarily a presentation. And we want to be conscious of your time, of course. but we also want to make sure that we get all of our points in, before we get into talking about everything. But I know that one of our members, Jasmine, wants to share her screen for the PowerPoint.
Tell her to try now. She should be able to.
Yeah. And while we're getting that share screen, David, to the extent that we get all of the materials presented tonight, that's awesome. It's 9:15, and this will be an agenda item on next month's meeting as well. And so we're happy to have any follow-on presentation by you and the students as needed.
Definitely, and we're gonna. I can send out all of the recommendations that we did come up with afterwards. But firstly, one of the points that we wanted to touch on was, having that open dialogue on campus and sort of, making that part of the culture, not just for, just for all student groups. I would be remiss not to mention the email campaign that our Armenian Students Association at PCC did send out. And they did ask for, very simple things. And, these things shouldn't be, these requests shouldn't be so hard. And I know we should have that open dialogue constantly. And, and one of the recommendations that we did have was to maybe provide open office hours, for our trustees, and how, just like how Dr. Jonas has her student office hours, perhaps to extend that to other members of the executive team. And also to make a clear process to get a resolution passed through the district, because we did have that resolution condemning the violence on Aksha, but I don't know if the Armenian Student Association was consulted in that process, and if if they had an input on the requests that were made. And then going on to the second point, we also would like to see sort of a training for employees and students to promote branding of cultural diversity and to provide students the resources that they can utilize if they experience microaggressions. So that would look like grievance policies, and if there aren't any, then to make new ones. For this, I would like to also pivot to Jasmine to talk a little bit more about it.
Thank you, David. So yeah, thank you all for sharing this space with us and for not only bringing us in to be seen, but also heard. I know that this is something that these topics are fastly changing with the society and education also evolving, right? So we definitely want and need some training on diversity, equity, and inclusion as it's fastly evolving on its purpose, its definition, and even even humanizing that area of inclusion, diversity, and equity. And so some of the recommendations that I would like to make include some type of training on yearly training for students, faculty, and staff to be aware and competent about what society standards are for particularly for marginalized groups, such as Black, African American, currently Armenians, facing different social unrests, and as mentioned, other marginalized groups that have been silenced throughout society, right? And so with that, I would like to go ahead and transition to the next slide. Are we receiving any questions yet or not? Not yet. We're just gonna keep it rolling.
I think just in the interest of time, we can go through all the topics first and then afterwards and go back as needed. But the next point goes on to forming because we have just hired a chief diversity officer. And so we felt that it would also be appropriate to perhaps form a participatory governance committee centered around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so that there's a platform for all constituents on campus, including students, via the College Council maybe, to hold discussions and to form recommendations on policies as needed. Just how our Board of Trustees has their own subcommittees as well. And so this would be a great platform to revise or develop these sort of grievance policies that I mentioned earlier. And also on grievance policies, just to touch on the students' experiences that we've had, I would also like to pivot to Emmanuel for this.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thanks again for inviting us and giving us this platform. Appreciate it. I just want to add to, in our planning, we want to address microaggressions. And I believe that we could be more transparent and more accountable when presenting concerns and suggestions when we encounter a microaggression. So maybe teaching us how to file these, say, I don't know if it would be a grievance, but being able to present it to someone without being questioned when pointed to someone, being able to reduce or eliminate obstacles in order to submit or follow through with submitting that complaint or concern. Also, it's being vulnerable isn't easy. And if you feel like there's a lack of efficacy, then I think that has been my experience where I'm able to just abandon my objective of, filing a grievance complaint. There's definitely some sort of fear of retaliation. And, these obstacles just heighten that fear. And if we're able to, say, create a written protocol where there's call to action steps, making it tangible, that would be very helpful. And if there is a written protocol, then to what standard do we hold faculty and staff accountable for being racially and ethically considerate? Is it a standard by law? Is it just, required at a flex day training? Or is it a proactive quality assurance approach for our dynamic culture? I think if I'm allowed to share one of my experiences, I was born in Pasadena, and I'm also like Dr. Sims, I'm a proud Mustang, and I didn't have the best experience in high school, which is the reason why I didn't pursue college immediately after high school. I went to an automotive school. And now that I'm back at school, now that I'm involved, now that I've been empowered by professors who we consider allies, but we shouldn't have to consider someone an ally. We should all be united and have the same vision when it comes to, our ethics at PCC. And if this was in the beginning of 2017. So I went to go get an assessment test, and stuff like being asked, are you a citizen, when you're just gonna go take a test, then being asked for your California license. These are questions that shouldn't be asked. All you should ask me for is my Lancer ID. That should be enough. I'm assuming when you punch in my number, it might tell you if I'm an international student, if you want to clear that assumption. I know I'm not the only one who's experienced these issues on campus. And it's not just, racism. We live in a society that is led by patriarchy. So sometimes I've felt uncomfortable when there's a male professor making misogynistic jokes. And if this is happening in our class and I'm aware of it with my privilege of being a man, I feel uncomfortable because one, you fear retaliation. And in the moment you go to try to file something, then you get the runaround. And it would be great if we did something, similar to the California Federation of Teachers, where they have a page that allows the professors or the teachers to be able to see what are their rights. How do they go about, filing certain, forms, complaints. And, knowing me sharing this, I would like to maybe at another time or for someone to reach out, what would be the appropriate steps to take in my scenario? So if it still weighs on me, I clearly haven't let it go. And I think I'm grateful that I'm vulnerable, being able to share this experience so that other students don't encounter the same things. It's very easy to fire someone or get rid of their position. But that's kind of like, I look at that similar to like our society in the United States. It's very easy to say, oh, that's a bad apple. No, we can't just get rid of the person. We also have to make sure that we use this person as an experience so that other faculty and staff can be more considerate, more mindful. And, maybe doing a bit more than voluntary Q&A, teacher evaluations at the end of the semester. There's got to be something that we are checking at least monthly. It would be nice, I think, and I think it would be very effective. Thanks for letting me share.
Manuel, and this is definitely, a part of a broader and more long-term discussion that we could have. And just to piggyback off of that, in terms of the evaluation of faculty in terms of cultural competency and classroom management, that's also, and I heard that this is also already being negotiated between the unions and the district, and so that was really great to hear. So I'm probably going to take that recommendation off, but I just want to acknowledge it that absolutely cultural competency should be a part of evaluations, and that's the big part of taking that step. And also, what does seeing diversity in our faculty mean for us as diverse students? We're a Hispanic serving institution. However, our students aren't proportionately served by instructors that are able to understand those the cultural context of their students. And so for that, I also recommend disaggregating data for our demographics and student learning outcomes on our Pasadena website. This has been, part of a longer discussion that we've had to have, but we haven't necessarily done it yet. And moving on to, just part of the last topic that we wanted to hit is on, faculty hiring itself and the processes that we follow. And this stems from a discussion that I had at the CCLC work groups where, some of the Chief Human Resources Officers, ACRO, one of the early recommendations that they're having is providing a way for students to participate as full voting members in all parts of the process. And that was really great to hear. So I'm hoping that we could, take that step here at the college and providing students as full voting members on faculty hiring committees, all the committees, not just for administration. But I don't know if Mackenzie, if you wanted to share a little bit of your experience on faculty hiring committee.
Yeah, thank you, David. So to sort of add to this conversation, I've had the privilege of being able to sit in on the hiring process for the Chief Diversity Officer, and it really was a great experience. And I think we need to continue this with as many hirings as we can. I understand it may not be realistic for years where we have to hire 30, 60 faculty members in the same year. Of course, we don't expect to be able to have that many students at once. But at the end of the day, it is important that we do include students in conversations and as part of these hiring processes. I feel that it'll show more inclusion, transparency, and diversity when we do things such as including students in this conversation. If I hadn't been a part of this, I would just have to trust that the admin is being diverse and making sure that student representation is there. And honestly, it's easier if we were to have students there to give the opinion on what students want to see from their admin, what we need to see from the hiring processes. And so that's really my 2 cents to add on to this. It really is beneficial to both students and admin if we were to have more students on these hiring committees. I don't know if David has anything else he wants to add in on this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I definitely would encourage any questions from the trustees or any other members.
Okay, trustees, this is your chance, and I see Trustee Waugh, I see your hand up in the participant window, so you are first.
So I want to thank Trustee Ramirez and all of his colleagues. I think that the student voice is really powerful. It's important for us to hear, especially as we're doing the DEI work. I found it to be helpful. So I know at the state level, many of the organizations, as the Associated Student Senate has already completed a framework as have many organizations, but yet it hasn't yet trickled down. So I wanted to know how aligned are you at PCC? Is the ASN PCC aligned to the student Senate's framework on DEI work, and how far apart are we?
Yeah, so most of the recommendations actually pulled from the anti-racism student plan of action that SSCCC, the Student Senate, did pass. And I serve as a board member, so I've been very involved in those conversations. But most of the recommendations that we did have did specifically come from that document, and also from the conversations that I had at the statewide work group.
So, Trustee Ramirez, you would say then that PCC's AS is fully aligned then with all the recommendations of the state Senate. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
So, I just want to tell the students, since you brought up disaggregated data, there is disaggregated data on our website. It's called the Equity Dashboard, and we're going to be putting a link into the launch board as well. So that I think our institutional effectiveness office, Crystal Cole-Ross and her amazing research folks put together this equity dashboard. And I think if you go into it, you'll see you can slice and dice the data it's just amazing how powerful it is. So I want to encourage you that the data is there on the website. Now, the question is, and Trustee Ramirez, these are, in January, we're going to be having a special session for the trustees to go over data questions they have from our ICER. So that would be a great opportunity for you to bring some questions too. And we have regular reports that we need to do throughout the year based on that data, but and maybe what we need to do is a data training session with students so they can learn how to look at that equity dashboard. But I just want to make sure you all know the information is there and it is disaggregated.
That'd be a great training session for the trustees too.
Thank you. Exactly.
Trustees, any other questions on for the students? I wanted to thank Jasmine, Emmanuel, Mackenzie, and David for the presentation and the slides and the very specific constructive ideas that we can enact and put in place at PCC so that we can be welcoming to everybody. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Brown, you are up next.
Thank you. So my question is actually not for the student, but is in line with the DEI initiative that we're going through. And I am wondering, being the chair of the policy committee, I am wondering, with all this talk about diversity and inclusion, how is it? When I was reading the ICER report, there was a part of it that was telling us that we have a mission. Our mission clearly states that we are equity-minded, diverse, and blah, blah, blah institution. And there are, I don't want to misquote it, but in order for us to truly be an institution that holds up to that, we know that there are policies that probably needs to be changed in order for our students to succeed, because there are barriers, right? Some of our policies have barriers to students succeeding. Who would be the one, and how will we visit these policies to be able to change them and make them aligned and decrease the barriers for our students to succeed? And I'm sure they're not intentional, but it's something that we have to revisit if that's what we say that we're going to be doing. How is this going to come in place?
Trustee Brown. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Trustee Brown, I'm serving, and David has also joined me on work group number 2, which originally was titled Mission Statement. And the idea is every community college in California would take a look at their mission statement and recraft it as necessary to reemphasize our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as the work group went along, and as I looked at the mission statement for PCC specifically, but also at others, our thinking evolved. And what it evolved to is some colleges may want to change their mission statement. I think ours is pretty good, and it arrived at through a shared governance process that was lengthy, and I don't think it's necessary to redo all of that. But the suggestion is that there are other documents that we can create that really more fully express those ideas than the minimalist approach that a mission statement takes. So, for example, I'm going to use one of the colleges that was brought up as an example. West Valley College adopted some guiding principles, and that's more of a 2-page document and really lays out in detail what we need to do, what they need to do to achieve diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then they even went one step further and created an action plan. And as our representative on that committee, I'm going to recommend that we, the trustees, look at those documents. And we don't have to adopt the West Valley College guiding principles and action plan word for word, but they're really very good, I'll call it roadmaps for us to look at and follow. And that's where that comes into board policy. And Erica, I see your hand up next, so take it away, please.
So 2 things. We are currently working on our vision and core values as a college. So that work is being done. The second thing is that, you know, as part of answering the call to action from the Chancellor's office, and as part of our work with the Alliance at the Center for Race Equity, really what we're looking at is everything at our college. We're looking at the structure. And so as we look at the structure to try to transform our college to be anti-racist, to be everything that it's supposed to be for the students we serve and the people who work there, the changes that will need to come to policies will come through that effort. So you may not see it right now because we've got to figure out first, what do we have here? And then we have to understand it and then understand what needs to change. And then from that comes policies, from that comes procedures. So it's definitely on the radar, and it's definitely part of our overall answer to the call to action.
Great.
Well said, Erica. Okay, and I've asked that we put this item on each agenda. And as we go along, we'll and make progress, we will turn these ideas into actionable items here at PCC.
So I would like to add one other thing then. So I'm really pleased to hear that the CEOs are working on this. So I know that we just recently had a dialogue with Dr. Lester, Dr. Fierro, and several other CEOs were on there. So I think it's good. I think it's important that the trustees and the CEOs are partners on this, and that we work together, and that we bring all the stakeholders in. So one of the things, as Trustee Osterling has said, is the West Valley is one type of document. They were facilitated by A2 men as they got to their value statement, and they brought that, and they came up with that 2-page document. We have a retreat coming up. We could also talk about having a facilitated discussion around these issues. I think that what we've kind of come to the conclusion on, and David and Jim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it is important that the trustees start to put together their values on DEI and what that means to them and what we're committed to as trustees, what we're willing to put our stake in the ground on to move this needle forward. But not only us, but all the stakeholders on the college in our district could do this. And as we call, hopefully we'll have more sessions with other stakeholders in our own district. So not just the students, but we've met with ACRO. So I hope our HR people will be a stakeholder and talk about this. With the Academic Senate, I think has been the State Academic Senate has been extremely helpful to us. I think it's important to hear their voice. And so as we go through this, I hope that we will see these kinds of DEI value statements come from every one of the stakeholders. So yeah, I see Erica, you have your hand up.
Well, I just want to point out that when I discuss the approach that we're using, the blind screening process and our hiring process that we're using right now to the CEOs, I mean, there was a significant amount of interest. I don't think anybody else in the state is doing what we're doing. And so I definitely think that we are a leader and we will continue to refine that process. And actually, Vice President Bob Lazinski has talked about the possibility of, writing up what we're doing as an official kind of case study. So I'm very proud of what we've been doing in that direction.
Yeah, and importantly, you're getting results. You're getting a more diverse pool of finalists for positions, which is
Yes.
the ultimate objective.
Yeah, and as Trustee Brown has said, it is because she is the chair of our policies, our accreditation policy subcommittee. Every policy that comes forward, we should be looking at it through a DEI lens. We also asked the league to do the same thing, and their general counsel has pulled out 8 policies that are directly relate to HR policy issues. And so they will be making some recommendations back to us. So I think we're reaching this on all fronts. So, but I just have to say, thank you again to the students. I think your voices are so powerful. Your stories are so powerful and really resonate with me. So thank you for having the courage to come out and talk about it. And on Thursday, that is the name of our virtual town hall, Courageous Governance. So I hope you will all come out for Courageous Governance. So I sent that link out, and Mary should be getting it out to you guys.
Courageous government. Oh God.
Okay.
You can be courageous, Berlinda.
Yeah, I hope all of the trustees can join us for the town hall Thursday at 7 p.m. And again, we'll get the Zoom link circulated to everybody. David and Mackenzie and team, have we covered this for this meeting? And we'll continue to work on this each meeting going forward. If we have, I'm going to check that off and go to the next information item, which is our Superintendent President's Report, Dr. Androgianis. And thank you again, students.
Yes, thank you to the students. Okay, so it has been very busy as always. Speaking of DEI and other things, Trustee Wah has led an effort in the state to have a California Community College Women's Caucus, and we'll have our first meeting next Tuesday at CCLC. That caucus meeting, my next caucus meeting that day will be the LGBTQ caucus. So there's lots of caucusing going on, but it's really exciting because CCLC has really expanded the number of groups who are coming. We want to come together. We want to have an affinity group, and it's a very exciting time. It's also exciting that we were able to correct the record officially that our very own Dr. Catherine Robbins was in fact the first female permanent superintendent president in the state. It kept coming up not as that because they had her gender wrong in the information that was in the computer. So anyway, you'll see that on our Women's Caucus information. In addition to those, it's also been a very busy time, as many of you can imagine, with the California Community College Athletic Association Board. We had our board meeting last week. At that board meeting, we reviewed the recommendations from the COVID working group, and there was a decision by the board to go forward with the contingency plan, which basically means sports in the spring, 2 seasons, early spring, late spring, with the caveat that colleges, this is a local decision, so colleges will make the decision, and that it's dependent upon what county you are in. And as many of you may have seen today, San Diego County went back into purple, and other counties went into purple. LA County has never emerged out of purple, and the LA County Public Health Department has said specifically no community college sports competitions. So while folks across the state are still trying to figure out, can we have sports? The COVID working group of the 3C2A will be meeting again in a couple of weeks to talk about what's known as an opt-in or opt-out date. And that is by what date do colleges have to opt into spring sports or opt out, depending on whatever your local situation is. The presidents of the South Coast Conference, which is the conference that Pasadena City College plays in, will meet once again on December 2nd to discuss all of this. So no decisions have been made, and everybody's watching what's happening closely. The guidance that's come out of the governor's office basically says you have to have local testing protocols, but at a minimum, all team members and coaches and everyone associated with athletics must test negative 48 hours before each competition. So, but there's also an expectation that other testing takes place. And right now there is an RFQ that has been put out, and the applications or the responses are being reviewed by the California Community College Foundation, as well as some folks at the 3C2A. 7 or 8 companies have responded whether or not they could do a testing protocol that was affordable, but that's still very much, we don't have enough information. Winter term is open for enrollment, and we're seeing very impressive numbers so far, but as we know, nothing is predictable. Hopefully you saw the recent study though, or the recent articles, that the CSU is bursting at the seams. So there was some initial concerns that CSU enrollments would be down, but that is not the case. And I think we're seeing an uptick. So maybe folks have gotten a little more used to doing things online. I will tell you, since I both teach and am a graduate at Cal State Northridge, yesterday, the outgoing president made an announcement that their 2021 commencement will be virtual. And so they've already made that decision. So again, lots of things up in the air. As we all have already recognized, we're meeting today because tomorrow is Veterans Day and the college will be closed. And I want to thank all of our community who have served in the military and for their service. I am an Army brat, so I am especially in tune with that. But I also want to wish the Marine Corps a happy 245th birthday, because November 10th is the official birth date of the Marine Corps. So happy birthday, Marine Corps. We hosted, or I moderated a panel last Friday on the 2020 election, and we had faculty on that call, Dr. Marcus Green from Political Science, as well as Dr. Ozzy Mekatarian, as well as Jason Vasquez and Dr. Jason Vasquez and Dr. Marcus Briano from Personal Counseling. It was a 90-minute forum, and it was awesome because I got to actually be a historian again. It was awesome listening to all of the great perspectives that were offered about what was happening. Awesome. Congratulations to Pasadena Mayor-elect Victor Gordo, and also congratulations to Pasadena Unified School District for passage of their Measure O bond, as well as Citrus College for passing their bond. Can you say 2022? This Thursday, we will be hosting the Future of Work 2020. And the theme is advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion in workforce development. I think it's going to be a great day. I'll be starting the day off with a welcome. We've got some great panelists. I hope you're all able to join us for that. We'll be joined by representatives from Verizon, Working Nation, Kaiser Permanente, National Council for Workforce Education, and the Chancellor's Office. And the best thing is it is free. And that is Thursday, November 12th, 9 to 11. And you can find more information at pasadena.edu/future of work. Next Thursday, this is exciting, drum roll please. Next Thursday, November 19th, we are pleased to say we get to participate in the virtual ceremony hosted by the Campaign for College Opportunity, because for the third year in a row, we are going to be recognized for our work with associate degrees for transfer. We've consistently been top ranked in the state in this area. Now, last year we were #1. We don't know if we're #1 because they don't tell us until the actual event, but we'll make sure that the board gets all of the information and anybody who wants to listen in, but it's very exciting to have our work continually recognized. We also recently learned, and that is from 10:30 to 12 next November 19th. We have a little problem in that we have a college council meeting at the very same time, but we'll have to work that out. We've also learned that PCC is now ranked #3 in the nation in associate degrees granted to minority students, according to Diverse Issues in Higher Education. Proud to announce that one of our cosmetology students, Celine Okamoto, has been announced the winner of the 2020 Student Styling Photo Competition by Supercuts of Los Angeles. Her instructor is Deandra Pierce, and she wins a $600 prize. Next week, the PCC Tournament of Roses All-Star Band, led by Dr. Kyle Luck, will be rehearsing and recording its performance with Tori Kelly. The Rose Parade, as everybody knows, has been canceled, but the Tournament of Roses is producing a New Year's morning special instead. 65 members of our all-star band and the faculty and staff will get to have their moment in the spotlight. They've done all of their rehearsals virtually. It's just this coming week where they will actually get to be in the same place together, but socially distanced, and we have COVID protocol, as well as everybody's been trained in safety. So we've done this very carefully, but we will be participating in a different way in the Tournament of Roses. We were recently selected to welcome a partnership resource team from the IEPI group here. That's the state's Institutional Effectiveness Partnership Initiative. And what they're going to do is they are going to come and do a visit in late spring after our accreditation visit to help us with one of our QFE action projects, which is to improve collegiality across the campus. And having that partnership resource team includes $200,000 to help implement it. So we will be working on that. More details to come. Finally, there is another A2Mend event on Saturday, November 21st, and I don't have the information right in front of me. We will send it out, but we have become a silver sponsor of A2Mend, and so we have tickets available for faculty, staff, and please, trustees, do sign up to come, because they're really great Saturday sessions. The 3 that we've had so far have been amazing, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Androgenis. And we are now going to go to agenda item K1, which is announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. And as usual, we will start off with associated students and Mackenzie Rivera.
Good evening, everyone. I know we've all been here for a long day also. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. So some updates on what associate students has been do. We actually held a Spirit Week last week, and so we had 2 days where students can come and socially distance, pick up some good giveaway bags, and we were able to see them in person, which was really exciting because I know we're among the first to be doing events like this, and we actually were able to reach over 70 students doing this, which is a lot more than we had the first time we did this. And so I'm really proud of my entire board for how we did with this, and I look forward to doing it more often. We also had several virtual events. We had a watch party on Monday to watch the election results. We have a new Discord that is up and running where students are able to engage in different chat rooms, lounge rooms, and different ways just to sort of meet each other. And I've noticed that students are starting to notice more and more that we are here, and they're starting to show up more to our events. And so I'm happy that we have finally found different platforms that we can reach out to our students and build new communities on our campus, since we are stuck virtually and can't be back on campus. But hopefully we can do that soon, and we can have 2 different communities that we can build with our students. Other than that, that's the majority of my report I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie, and thank you for your earlier group report on DEI. And next we have Classified Senate, Ernesto Partida. You are up, sir.
Thank you, Trustee Osterling. Good evening, everyone. So the Classified Senate held their fall general meeting on October 30th. Thank you, Dr. DeJonas, for stopping by and welcoming all the staff. It was a great event that allowed us for this new Senate to introduce what we've been doing since we took office back in July. We received a lot of feedback of what our colleagues would like to see more, including the return to campus eventually, hopefully, the classified staff member role in our campus shared governance model, and different DEI related topics. So I'm really glad to see and hear some of the things that were discussed today. Senate also revisited their annual goals and timeline in our last meeting to evaluate our progress. In the horizon, we do have the CCLC conference next week, I believe. And it also looks like a great way to further learn and see practices around the state. I also want to echo the comments by Dr. DeJonas in honoring our veterans and thank all of those who have served. And lastly, I would like to publicly commend Student Trustee Ramirez and AS President Rivera, as well as their cabinet, for their presentation tonight. Great work. That's all.
Thank you, Ernesto. Next, we have Management Association, and for that today we have Isela Osageda.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm happy to substitute for our Management Association President, Tito Altamirano, so that he could take some time to celebrate the 245th birthday of the Marine Corps in the company of his brothers. So with that, I would like to also acknowledge on behalf of the Management Association, all of our veterans at PCC, managers, staff, faculty, and students. Thank you for your service. The Management Association held its monthly business meeting on November 6th. At this meeting, managers discussed our local and national elections and the current situation in Armenia. The purpose for these 3 check-in items was to support our students, staff, and each other. We also discussed some of our board policies and administrative procedures, as well as reported out on various College Council standing committees. Along with PCC staff and faculty, our managers are all working hard to complete an important component of the integrated planning process, the annual update, which is due this Friday. And from our Dean of Performing and Communication Arts, Liesl Reinhardt, she sends along the message that it's been a lot of hard work to pull together the Tournament of Roses All-Star Band. And she would like to recognize the many managers, faculty, and classified staff who've gone above and beyond so that they could participate in this national televised show in the safest possible way. She says, if you hear drums and horns again on campus this week, it's a sign that COVID can't totally stop our spirit and our great traditions. So thank you for that message, Dean Reinhardt. And from our Director of Equity, Dr. Micaela Mares Tamayo, we would like to recognize our TRIO programs, which represent a total of 6 federal grants that increase access to higher education for students at target high schools throughout Pasadena, Rosemead, and El Monte, and 1 federal grant that provides academic and transfer support services to current PCC students. We want to acknowledge the collaborative work of Krista Casillas, Maggie Regalado Rivera, Orane Nwaneri, and Stefan McGrew in hosting all TRIO's career panels throughout the past month. These engaging programs brought a diverse and inspiring group of professionals in the areas of entertainment, STEM, and the civic sector to connect with our students throughout our college and local communities and to highlight just how powerfully TRIO works. I also have an update from our Director of Outreach and Transfer, Tamika Alexander. They had an event called the FAFSA Squad Blowout Weekend. The FAFSA Squad worked Saturday and Sunday and reached out to African American students who had not applied for financial aid. 428 students received a phone call and email from the FAFSA Squad. Appointments have been earmarked for application and financial aid support. They also hosted an event called the Parent and Student Information Night. 226 participants joined the session to learn how to enroll, transfer, and about PCC programs and services. So a big thanks to our high school partners and community-based organizations for helping to spread the word. And this concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Osageda. Next, we have the Faculty Senate report, Dr. Matt Hennis.
Good evening. I'd first like to say I join my colleagues in thanking our veterans for their service. Thank you all. The Academic Senate has been holding conversations in 3 key areas, one of which is alternative grading options for fall for students, policies around allowing instructors to require or not require students to use webcams during synchronous Zoom class meetings, and increasing the diversity of hiring committees for faculty positions. We also recently adopted a document of guiding questions that came out of College Council's Student Success Committee. The equity-minded questions provide a lens through which to look at policies and procedures with an eye toward how they serve students. I was asked in the Accreditation Standing Committee to contribute to an addendum to the ICER that we are going to put together, speaking to the college's response to COVID. And in particular, my portion will be speaking to what the Academic Senate has done in response to the COVID pandemic and the campus closure. I asked the Senate, hey, what can I write? And I can sum up their responses by saying that faculty stepped up to collaborate with each other to help each other acclimate to the online teaching environment, and that they have come up with creative ways to get students the things that they need in order to continue their learning. One tool that's been used in lab sciences is Labster, which had been funded by the state. The funding was going to expire, but faculty and administrators from PCC and across the state successfully lobbied to get that funding continued beyond the current term. A small group of faculty, deans, and students will be meeting to discuss issues around academic integrity and the use of proctorio for exams. Last week, I attended the Academic Senate for California Community College's first virtual plenary session. That was a couple of long days of very powerful webinars, and then a very interesting voting session at the end. Not surprising, the focus was on inclusion, diversity, equity, and anti-racism, which form an acronym IDEA. We say goodbye to Richard Osaka, faculty and member in Visual Arts and Media Studies, who is retiring at the end of this year after 18 years of service. And finally, I want to express that the faculty are appreciative that the district and faculty association were able to come to an agreement in awarding stipends to faculty for converting courses to an online format. I'm referring to tonight's agenda item H3. This is not a small gesture, and I thank you for this acknowledgement of the hard work that the faculty have done to meet our students' needs. That's my report.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we'll go to announcements by Board of Trustees. And as usual, we'll start with the student trustee, David Ramirez. Take it away, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to start off by saying thank you again for allowing us to come and speak on DEI. Some of the recommendations that we put forth. I just want to report that AS has been working very hard to reach students and to give them the comforting resources that we would be giving if we were on the quad and doing those sorts of things. But through our drive-through events, we have reached approximately 200 students through in ways that are safe that we've been practicing. So that was really fantastic to see. I was very surprised by it. Honestly, I was expecting like maybe 20 students. So that was great. But yeah, hopefully we can, do more of these kinds of exciting things in the future as, as COVID allows. Yeah.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your presentation earlier today at today's meeting. Next, we'll go with the trustees, and we're going to do this as usual on my Hollywood Square screen from my upper left to lower right, however you might appear. So our first trustee will be Trustee Silver.
Nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for that brevity. Next up will be Trustee Martin.
Nothing to report.
Thank you for that brevity, sir. Next up is Trustee Fellow.
Nothing. I gotta go to bed. Thank you.
Me too. We're on a hot streak. Trustee Brown, can you maintain the streak?
Nothing to report.
Trustee Wah will probably break the streak.
Yes, well, unfortunately. So I just want to remind all the trustees that next Tuesday is the start of the league conference, and it is free. So I hope you have all registered and sign up. I also wanted to say that the Asian American Pacific Islander advisory to the president, PAPI, started a student emergency stipend grant fund. So they're just now putting it together. We're working with the foundation. So I hope you will all join us and kick in a little bit for the students. So it's not going to be based on, it's not a scholarship. It's based on need and work that the students have done at the college. And then I just want to give a shout out to Candace Jones. I don't know if any of you attended the technology master plan sessions that she had, but I attended the one that she did with the students, and I thought it was just excellent. She did a great job. So good job, Candace. And that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Wah. I lost Trustee Chen Lao on my Hollywood Square screen. Sandra, are you out there?
No, remember she had to leave the meeting.
Oh, yes. She had
at
to leave at 8:30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so the last report will be by myself, and I don't have a report to make other than for the first time since COVID came around, I'm starting to feel optimistic that we might get a vaccine. And I know it's going to take some time for that vaccine to be tested and implemented at scale. And so I just encourage all of us to remain patient and remain safe and remember to distance as we come up to the holiday season. And if we can all just hang in there a little bit longer, I think and hope that help is on the way for all of us, and we'll get to meet again in person in the not too distant future. And that concludes my report. The next item is K2, which is proposed future board business meeting dates. Do we have any meeting date changes to the calendar that we've established already?
We don't, but I do, no, not to my knowledge, we don't.
Okay. Trustees, any issues or date changes? And seeing none, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item, which is proposed future agenda items.
And this, I do want to comment that we have on the schedule that you were going to get an update on students in health sciences and other essential services, but that didn't happen. So you'll have that at your December meeting, and I apologize for the delay.
Okay, and then earlier in the meeting, I requested Erica if we could add to the agenda a motion for the trustees to consider where we start off our meetings by honoring the Native American lands that our campus sits on.
Absolutely. I made a note of that. So do I understand that you want an official motion to make that change to every single agenda going forward?
Yeah, I
Okay.
would request that we have an action item next meeting for consideration by the trustees that we do just that.
Okay.
I see Dr. Olivo's ready to comment on that. I think she was going to offer us some language.
Okay. Dr. Olivo?
Yes, I will. I will make sure you have the language.
Okay, thank you. And then this isn't so much a future agenda. Well, it'll be a future agenda item, but Trustee Martin asked that we consider amending an existing bylaw to authorize the board chair to hire legal counsel.
Right.
Okay.
That,
And
yeah,
we've-
that
and
was
we've
already, yeah, the
referred
policy
that to
committee.
And I'll just
board
throw in
policy
there, maybe you said it, Erica, but 2210 on board officers would just seem like a nice fit.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take that up at the next policy committee. Yep.
And we'll refer that to board policy. Are there any other proposed future agenda items? Trustee Waugh.
No, I don't have any other.
Okay.
Item.
And then again, we're going to, next meeting, we will also have a update on DEI initiatives as usual.
Yes, we'll add that. That will always appear on the agenda as you saw it today.
Okay, and now we come to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us. And we are going to adjourn the meeting tonight, first of all, in recognition and memory of all of our veterans of the U.S. military. Thank you for your service. And we're also adjourning in memory of two PCC alums who also happen to be U.S. military veterans. The first is we note the passing of Dave Hellam, who was a longtime PCC employee and supporter of PCC athletics and a U.S. military veteran. And second, we adjourn in honor of PCC alum Douglas Gorey, who died at the young age of 91 and attended PCC along with his two brothers and actually played together in a backfield together at UCSB. And Mr. Gorey went on to be a longtime coach and dean in the community college system at Santa Ana College. So we adjourn in memory of those two gentlemen. And we also adjourn, as usual, in memory of those that have passed as a result of COVID-19, as well as those young men of color that have, and women that have been victims of violence by the police. And without any further ado, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, everybody.